Okay. Okay. It's the first person mode. Not sure what's going to happen right now. But like, yeah. So the game like gave us a gender choice right off the bat, and then just threw us into here after a bit of exposition. Okay, not bad.
You can't catch a set.
Unlike the Lolly, actually
All in a day's work.
like him.
Look at you, always in a rush. Intimacy through pain.
I guess that's how it Harry should have been.
Feeling satisfied.
But she was already has already naked shoulders, so why you
Just charging forth. Losing your pace. Better get used to it. Intimacy through pain.
why every ultimate shows her removing it?
Look at you, always in a rush.
Okay, well, the first three I like her the most. Even though she's a little
Leaving
vulgar.
us with the boring stuff here. Where's my thong?
Over 3 hours since Hypervortex emerged, the Wertheimer Index in central New Helios is rising. Natural nullification is in effect. Continue the search for the Nexus. Do not act rashly.
Something's up. Someone from the circle. What are you doing here?
What am I doing here?
Don't look at that thing.
It's right there.
That perfect angle. How'd you find such a prime viewpoint?
Nullification of the Hypervortex has suddenly accelerated. I need to know why.
Found the Nexus. I guess The more you stare at its core, the faster the nullification. The anomaly that you can't look at? Surprisingly fragile.
Biblically accurate.
What are you?
Angelos.
Careful!
So yeah, we're playing with another amnesiac. Nice. Dodge roll.
Bit of an emergency. Another unknown anomaly just appeared in New Helios. Yikes, this one's a problem.
The time has come. Stop interfering.
Nullified. Part of a surge? Well. Looks like. You're coming with me.
Yo, yo, yo! This is the Rap King of Droth Island, aka the Sonic Dimension Lord. Whoa! This beat is my cup of tea. All right, here comes some more freestyle.
Been over a dozen songs. Can't you switch to a quieter channel?
Quiet! I am the destined nemesis of silence. The bringer of cacophony! Oh, fine, fine. Since I won't be able to keep you company for much longer, I'll let it slide this time.
Oh, could it be possible that the supernatural abilities of espers have the same origin as anomalies?
The homology theory is one of the existing hypotheses in academia. Simply put, it suggests that esper abilities are not powers derived from human functions, but rather powers granted to humans. As for whether these abilities share the same source or are in opposition to anomalies, still inconclusive.
Oh, how time flies! We're already here! Once you get out, I'll have one less fan. Never mind, sit tight. Let's go out with a bang. Mixed trajectory quantum drift. Can't let those uptight folks look down on you. Got a report due. Good luck, buddy.
Welcome to the Hetero Bureau of Anomaly Control. Nice to meet you. I am Nellie, the Secretary General.
You know what? I feel like this game deserves.
Hello, Miss Nellie.
The director is in the office right now. Please follow me.
Gamepad.
This is the reception hall. It usually handles scheduled low-threat anomaly cases.
Hmm. I wonder what autolock does. NTE is alright.
Are these numbers related to the anomaly fluctuation in the city?
Yes. The Wertheimer Index measures how much an object deviates from reality. By monitoring the changes in the Wertheimer Index across different areas, we can respond to emerging anomalies.
The Wertheimer Index in the half-board strongly fluctuates. Unit 6 won't last very long.
Oh man, just a class 5? I thought I could finally have some fun.
I'll go ahead. See you at the site.
Yo,
Who's that?
none your business.
The new business. Ah! Sure. That's my name.
Got into my house.
Then yeah. All will be.
Lavender! Oh, I mean, Miss Nelly. About the new containment safety protocol exam, I'll retake it tomorrow.
Seeing you so spirited, Mint, puts my mind at ease. Is this an anomaly for temporary containment?
A troublesome one sent over by a senior colleague. They haven't found a way to nullify it yet. The higher-ups told me to put it in TempCon for now. Hey, are you the newcomer? Hello. Welcome to our team at the Bureau of Anomaly Control. Hey, wanna join CSU? Stick with me in Unit 2. You'll be in good hands.
Mint, this is the director's guest.
Just kidding. If you're with the director. But if you ever want to join the CSU, feel free to ask me for a recommendation letter.
All right.
Once again, words don't fit the animation.
I just ran into Captain Baitsung, Lieutenant Ian, Fadia Senpai from ETD. Could never get my eyes away from them. Looks like they're heading out on a mission. Is there an anomaly somewhere?
Mint, what's the second article of the confidentiality?
It's,
says everyone has a unique scent, and she likes to nickname people based on what she smells. To her, you probably smell like Coco.
Coco?
Okay, well,
Director, the guest has arrived.
The escorter from Groth Island has finally learned to be punctual. This should be our first official meeting. Let's skip the boring pleasantries and get straight to the point. 7 weeks ago, New Helios experienced a Class 7 anomaly disaster, Hypervortex. You appeared with an unknown anomaly, both undetectable by the Wertheimer Index. We have never seen anything like this. The Hypervortex was nullified, and Code Zero disappeared as well. You, who were brought back from the scene, have no memory of anything before your appearance. During your observation on Groth Island, did you recall anything about the Code Zero or your past?
Still have no memory of anything before.
Appeared with an... You appeared with an anomaly, but undetectable by the... Both undetectable by... Where... The Misters Index. We have never seen anything like that. Was the infrared on Code Zero disappeared? No. Brought back from the scene, how no matter. Yes. Still have no memory of...
After the Hypervortex incident, the Code Zero reappeared briefly. You, having faced it at the scene, should understand its difficulty better than anyone else. Due to your unique connection and keen perception of anomaly nexuses, we hope we could join efforts in containing Code Zero. This contract is both a shackle and an opportunity for you. Perhaps through pursuing Code Zero, you may uncover your past. Once the contract is sealed, no one can break its binding.
Further is a way to persevere some non-contained actions that may be related to Code Zero. Maybe, oh god, that means they will use me every fucking where, because everything can be might be related to Code Zero. Fully assistant bureau no concern in containing the number. When a contract, the contractor will be released from observation and will no longer be subject to... Yes, that's going to be a name that I'm gonna say under.
Since Code Zero is undetectable by the Wertheimer Index, we cannot predict when or where it will appear. What we can speculate is that it is highly likely to be drawn to anomalies of Class 7 or above. When it reappears, you will need to handle it together. In the meantime, you can settle in and work here.
A-Bone Antique Shop?
While being an antique shop, it's actually a team of anomaly hunters. Besides the Bureau, there are various groups and individuals handling anomaly containment and nullification, known as anomaly hunters.
I don't need to stay here for further observation?
Consider it a thank you for helping nullify the Hypervortex. Living in Hetero will likely be more interesting than you think. Nellie, send her off.
Will do. Space anomaly. Initiate crisis response protocol. Containment units. ID the unit for containment breach.
Containment breach. Anomaly 3707 in breach.
I knew it. Recontain it as soon as possible.
Sorry, Director. I'm on it.
Though it's a low-threat anomaly, underestimating it will still lead to consequences.
Is this another dimension?
Hello there.
Coco? Are you here to help?
Yes, you seemed troubled earlier.
Oh, you're the best. Once we deal with this thing, let me treat you to a feast. This anomaly has strong spatial abilities. Finding the Nexus in such a large area. I'm getting a headache.
Nexus?
The key to containing or nullifying an anomaly is called a nexus. It's usually related to the anomaly's nature or cause.
I must have destroyed the hypervortex's nexus at that time.
Director, you're here. Coco and I will complete the mission.
She has never worked in our organization before. Mint, make sure you explain everything carefully.
Right away. These things are called bioanomalies, aka oddities. They often appear with other types of anomalies. Don't worry, Coco. I'll protect you.
Leave it to me.
I'm protected, but then she's just like, nope.
I'm here, Coco.
Ah. Ah, I see. Oh, double jump. Cute one. Nice shots. Oh. Skirt is open in front, so actually like the way she looks.
Leave it to me, Mint.
Okay, well that's fine. I feel like I should rebind the keys. And jump on A is really annoying. Космос Эспер стригерс Писака. What? Spawn near the character, particularly some with a... No clue what that means. But I see there are... No, I don't like the fact that...
This should be the Nexus, right?
Doesn't seem like it.
Well, let's try to see if there's a reaction with the container. Ugh, no reaction. How did you know?
Just intuition. The atmosphere here is no different from where we came from.
Coco, you have amazing intuition. If I had even half of that, I wouldn't always be at the bottom in exams. Oh, I could even become an anomaly hunter, earning maybe 3 times, no, 5 times more than here.
Focus on the task and stop fooling around.
Yes, Director. It's so dark in this tunnel. Coco, don't be scared.
Jump, basic attack. Aim RT. I can't rebind it, what the fuck? If I'm going to use RB, RT.
We need to find the Nexus quickly. If we take too long, the space may enter superposition. The space is changing again.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye out.
No signs of the Nexus here either.
No, let's keep searching. to me, Mint. Not too difficult. Great.
Wrong button.
No next time.
What's your status?
The oddities are getting tougher, but still no match for us.
Looks like we're getting closer to the Nexus.
If you still can't nullify the anomaly after locking onto the Nexus, try to contain it. Don't waste a second.
Roger. My 4 years can't take it anymore.
We're getting closer to the source of all this noise.
Oh, Coco. At times like this, your voice is even more soothing.
Girl, can you be a bit less down bad for me?
Now I'm hearing it, but it sounds kind of ominous. Oh, and we heard some voices mumbling. It's getting clearer now.
Because it feels like...
Leave it to me, Mint.
It doesn't feel like I'm special. It feels like you're just jumping on everyone.
Let's finish this.
I'm here, Coco.
Just leave it to me, Mint. Come on.
Cute.
Found it.
This frame? It looks...
I can feel it's different from the surroundings.
Then this must be it. Imagine if I nullify an anomaly even the seniors couldn't. Wouldn't I be more impressive than them? I won't be called a goofball anymore, right?
Yes. I'll assist you fully.
No.
In advance, you're as warm as a cup of hot cocoa on a winter day.
You would still be called a goofball. Because that's what you are supposed to be. A lovable goofball.
Gotcha!
Be careful.
I'm here, Coco.
When an enemy prepare a special move. Mm-hmm.
What's this? Lead on!
Okay, that...
Leave it to me, Mint. My mistake. Perfect timing. Here it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's really English of you.
Leave it to me. Here it is. Gotcha. Let's finish this.
Oh. Fucking great. Yeah, I really dislike how it currently is. That should be on B.
Watch out! Everything was fine. Why did it get angry all of a sudden? Mint! Coco, over here!
I have no clue what's happening right now.
3, 2, 1. Here it comes.
Baseball.
Let me show you my secret move. Mint Super Duper Ultra 360. Roll it slash! Stubborn thing. It won't be nullified no matter how much I attack it. Looks like we'll have to contain it. But now that I look at it, it's actually quite beautiful.
It's been nullified.
Wait, what? It's nullified? What happened? How did that happen?
It heard your praise.
Huh? Just because I complimented it?
Maybe all it sought in existence was a sincere compliment.
Thank you, Mr. Picture Frame.
What?
The situation well.
This game has no chill.
Mint, take her to A-Bone later.
Oh, Coco is going to work at Hotori's senpai shop? Can someone else go with her? If Hotori senpai catches me again, I'll die.
All right, then this containment breach will count towards your performance.
Please allow me to take Coco to A-Bone. Coco, no time to waste. Let's go.
Wait, take this. We'll use it to contact you.
Thank you for your help. Mint, let's go.
Her instincts with anomalies is even stronger than in her records. We'll leave it to you. Hope that won't cause us any trouble.
Our director is still as rigid as ever. If you ask me, She might be just a little special. At least for now, she is on our side, right?
It's not far from here to A-Bone. If you're tired, you can rest in the car. I'll wake you up when we arrive.
Ridiculous rumble. I think like I have to turn it off. It's way too fucking uncomfortable. Makes me jittery. This rumble has no chill. Basic attack. Give attacks. Wedge dash. You're going to be on B.
This is Bridge Crossings, the old town area, with many famous old shops.
Yeah.
Is A-Bone in this neighborhood?
Yes, it's on this street here. Follow me. This is my favorite scent when I'm out on duty. Coco, take a sniff too. The wood, the cherry blossoms and moss, the salty and bitter stone road, the warm crowd, and of course, the delicious smell of food in the sea breeze. This is the scent of Bridge Crossings. There are lots of great places to eat in this area. Hookah Candy at Hankaku Square, Nekomara Ramen in Baihui Alley. Oh yeah, don't forget the Budoria. Their dancing takoyaki are the best. I promised you a feast, so after I get my paycheck this month, you can choose any place you like.
Thanks in advance.
Okay, this is actually neat. A character that is focusing on small, so they describe it and makes the world a bit more alive. That's neat. Hmm.
Welcome to Bedoria. Aki fresh off the pen. Get them while they're hot.
Huh. Oh. Oh, it's set.
Perfect angle.
A taste of the seasons, a once-in-a-lifetime encounter. The Budoria, the best choice for gatherings. The Budoria, the best choice for gatherings.
Blue nose.
A taste of the seasons,
Can I bet it is like that?
time encounter.
Oh, you want some more? You got, you got enough.
Over here. That's the plaza.
Does that tower have some sort of monitoring function?
Oh, you mean the Wartimer Tower? Yes. The data orb you saw at the Bureau relies on these for real-time monitoring. But you don't know about the Wartimer Tower? Strange. I thought all major areas in every city had them.
I haven't seen these before.
Then you... Coco?
This is my first time in Hetero.
Got it, got it. Well, there's nothing good about the city anyway. Commutes are crowded, rent is high, and these big things are ugly, ugly, ugly. Not interesting at all.
Huh? Did she misunderstand something?
The Wartimer Tower collects environmental data and calculates the current Wartimer index for the area using, some convoluted formulas. If something big happens, we at the Circle can respond quickly according to the readings.
Circle?
The BAC is also directly under the Circle, enforcing anomaly control. Besides that, there's the Egosh Court in charge of intelligence, the Seleno compound for containment, the Zerogon laboratory leading the research, and the Groth Island overseeing detention. The headquarters and the direct branches are scattered in the big cities. Except for the Groth Island, only a very few select people know where they are. But don't worry, Coco. Under normal circumstances, we won't have any dealings with that scary place.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's best not to tell her I was on Groth Island before.
I love to get a Blizzy ice cream and munch on egg rolls while I wander around in the plaza when I'm on patrol here. Of course, we were on lunch break. Definitely not slacking off.
Yay! Yep. Ah, yeah.
The wind's just right.
Ew!
Perfect angle.
It's cute. any of the following commissions. Yep,
It's close to the sea, and there are lots of fun shops attracting many tourists.
It does look lively. Is A-Bone busy as well?
Well, you'll see when we get there.
I want to pet you under your chin. Can I pet you? It looks like a fucking collision.
The wind's just right.
Oh, I also can
Perfect angle.
double press the jump button.
This alley looks pretty creepy.
A-Bone's revenue is only enough to cover renting a Grumble's storefront on Hankaku Street.
Grumble?
Wait, it means a store on this corner where passersby can hear the owner's stomach grumbling.
Just walking here makes me want to leave as soon as possible.
A-Bone's business isn't great, and Hotori-senpai often ends up buying fake antiques at high prices, so the shop relies on accepting anomaly commissions from the city.
It's tough to make a living in a big city.
But everyone at A-Bone is a reliable anomaly hunter. Don't worry, Coco. With me around, Nanalie and the others will definitely look after you. Oh no!
What?
Nanalie! I promised to bring her a tail care spray last time. I left it in the car.
Then tell the car to come back. We'll go back and get it.
But it will delay safely guiding you to A-Bone. I'll bring it back from the bureau later.
I'll go to A-Bone first. You can go get your stuff. Don't worry, I'll get there safely.
I'll be right back. And you are the most understanding person in the whole wide world, Coco!
Oh. Okay, I got it.
Should be this building.
Bird.
unlocked. Hello? Anybody here?
Over here.
Hello?
Hey, over here. Put the book back. Press me. If you're looking for someone, press on me. But not too hard.
Magically replaced where. Hello there.
We have a visitor. Excuse me. Welcome to Abo. Are you here to buy antiques or discuss a commission?
Neither, really.
Coco, I'm here. Mint reporting back. Tagi! Morning, Mr. Adler. And Tagido. Have you been putting on weight? Tagido.
Mint, it's been a while. If our guest is with you, then...
Yep, here's the new member.
My apologies. You must be the appraiser our lady requested from the director, right?
Appraiser? I do have some perception of anomalies, but I'm not familiar with antiques.
Then that must be it. Allow me to introduce myself formally. I'm Adler, Abone's caretaker. And this is our restorer, Tagido.
Tagido!
Since we thought you would arrive later, Tagido and I were organizing the storage room. I apologize for any inconvenience.
No problem. I just arrived as well.
So, you're an appraiser. No wonder you're like an anomaly radar.
Many of the items Abone sells are anomaly artifacts, not just ordinary antiques. Rest assured, your ability will be put to good use here.
Tagi-tagi-do!
If you mean as a minion, I must decline respectfully.
Coco understands oddity language. Tagido, don't underestimate her.
Sounds like a normal person. Let's record her as my minion before only secure get back.
Oh, Gigido!
Nice to meet you.
Interesting ability. It took us a long time to understand Tagido, but now he won't be lonely. Tagido, please go and inform our lady that her guest has arrived.
Tagi! Huh? Oh.
Please feel free to take a break. You've had a long journey. I'll prepare some tea.
Thank you, Adler.
Wow, this little house is so delicate. Sorry, Mr. Adler.
It was my mistake for not placing the hospitable house properly. Mint, please don't blame yourself.
Adler, is there a way to undo our current state?
The hospitable house shrinks those entering through the door for convenient indoor tours. We'll return to normal in 7 minutes.
Looks like it's a friendly anomaly. anomaly. Since we're here, its hospitality deserves a tour. Mr. Adler, may we?
I'd be happy to accompany you. We have a slight problem. When shrunken, we appear as rather unwelcome things to others.
Tagido seems to think we're cockroaches.
I don't want to be a cockroach! Knock Tagido out!
Mint, our strength is also reduced.
So we can only endure the remaining minutes under bug spray.
Watch the timing.
I'm here, Coco. Don't doubt me.
Rest of this bell.
Trust me.
I won't let you down.
Let me take over.
I'm here, Coco. Hit first.
Mom, what does this do?
Good thing I'm not late. Selfless, formless.
I'm here to help. What? Don't blink!
I won't let you down.
Trust me.
Perfect timing.
Decided.
By zero. Don't doubt me.
Rest for a moment. Comprehend.
Let me take over.
I'm here, Coco.
Good thing I'm not late.
I will see through the net. My mistake.
Here it is.
Rest for a moment.
Trust me.
I'm here, Coco. Final blow. Let's settle this, little otter.
All this racket early in the morning. Tagido, what are you doing? Darn. Shouldn't have finished that last bottle last night. Where's the hangover medicine? Huh? What's this dirty thing?
Die!
This is our new appraiser. Abone's antique evaluations depend on her.
From now on, I'll do my best.
I'll watch your back. With an appraiser, Hotori can stop buying fake goods, right?
You little brat.
Allow me to properly introduce everyone. Tagido and I handle antique maintenance and logistics. Daffodil is responsible for security.
Hello.
Natalie, Sakiri, and Edgar handle most of the low-threat anomaly cases.
Hello.
When there's no work, you can join us.
It's
Not that we need the help. But if you want to be amazed, you can come along.
Anomaly cases interest me too.
And this is Hotori, the owner of Abo.
In charge of getting drunk every day. Cheers. I'll drink to that.
Tagido, grab her. 10 urchins for dinner. I'm going to teach this little one a lesson.
Doggy. Doggy, doggy.
My work is kind of dynamic. Kind of bad.
Tagido, take good care of Coco. We made a promise, remember?
But I like the characterization of those people.
Night, Mint. Please rest well when you get back.
I still have to work overtime. Oh, I'll head off now. Coco, remember to keep in touch.
Yes. Thank you for accompanying me. See you next time.
See ya.
Your accommodation has been arranged. Please follow me.
Hey, the wind's picking up.
No, thank you.
Hey, the wind's picking up.
Greetings to you.
Hey!
Another new day.
It's a weapon, I suppose, right? Console, not console. No, awakening. Ability, skills. And the ref cooldown decreases.
The backyard has 2 staff dormitories where everyone from the shop lives. Knowing an appraiser was coming, Tagido and I were just tidying up the rooms and storage. Here we are. It's more convenient on the first floor.
The fucking gun!
Let me take over.
Thanks, Tagido.
Now on, this will be your room. I hope you find it comfortable. Tagido also put in a lot of effort cleaning it.
Thank you, Adler. And thank you, Tagido.
No need to be polite. From now on, you're officially a member of Abo. If you need anything, feel free to ask me. We'll leave you to rest now. Hope you enjoy your time at Abo.
I'm sure I will.
Evening.
Feeling much better.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. When moving your character to a chess tile, you have a chance to make it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But just okay, good. Mm. No, no, you.
Wanna join the amazing Coluchis? We're always ready to have ya.
That's ridiculous. She has so many skins. Oh my fucking god, they have so many fucking skins.
Greetings to you.
Hold on. Let me get out whatever Kiramaru gobbled.
Oh, that's cute.
Woohoo! As long as I'm watching your back.
This pain you're sharing with me? Yum.
Bad skin. Doesn't look all that interesting.
I don't do vague requests.
A witch.
Do you want to hang out? I'm free after work.
Charlie.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Oh, why the fuck does he not have anything?
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
Same here. Yo. Look at this design. I mean, this is kind of weird, but wow. Look at this place. Jiggle. But also look at this boob jiggle. they have really... I like this jiggle physics. Why feathers not jiggling up? Well, actually they have little to no mass, so maybe that's appropriate. I like this character. Design.
I'm ready.
Do you have anything jiggle for you? No? Come on. Just...
Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
Also don't jiggle. What the fuck?
Should we head out?
Is there anywhere you want to go?
I'm here.
The paperwork.
Clarity. Obsession.
I'm ready.
Interesting. Interesting. NTE. It's for a specific vehicle. It's a glider. Ah. Goes then. That's nice. I love this glider.
Wanna join the amazing Coluchis? We're always ready to have ya.
No, what do I want? Let's see. I'm still not sure what polychromes, what can be considered polychromes here. Okay. So I suppose those are polychromes. What are you called? Аннулith. Аннулить! What do you have here? Ah, thank you. A girl. Yeah. Nice. Well, that's a pretty amount of stuff. We think 60 days.
What should we do today?
Me! I'm ready to go! Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
Neat.
Me! I'm ready to go!
Okay, let's see. I like this pink face. What I really want is... Oh, yes, okay.
I hear someone yearning for Haniel. I heard you're calling.
Okay, and... Okay, finally someone who is ranged. my god. That feels fucking great. Ah, okay, so yeah, it breaks for better or worse. Can take the cockroach home. Where's the cockroach home? It's not here once again, I guess.
Good evening, Adler.
Good evening. How was your rest?
The room was comfy.
Dinner has been left on the table. Please let me know if it's not to your tastes. By the way, the lady mentioned that you still don't have a phone, so we've prepared one for you. We hope it will be useful for you in the future.
Thank you all. As for communication, Director also gave me Shupa.
How considerate of her. Shupa is a useful communication partner and can be used inside most anomalous realms. I heard that only a few members of BAC have permission to give it commands. It will certainly assist the appraiser greatly in future anomaly commissions.
Doesn't everyone use Shupa?
When dealing with anomalies, both official agencies and hunter groups have special communication methods. Most rely on team members' Esper abilities or anomalies like Shupa that have communication capabilities.
Let's see, yep. You still don't have a phone, so I'll prepare one for you. Is like Chupa. So Chupa isn't a general name? What? Chupa is the name of my anomaly dude, right? Or it is general?
However, for everyday tasks like keeping records, quick payments, and social interactions, people generally use personal cell phones.
That makes sense.
I see. Thank you, Adler.
Thank you, appraiser. We have no customers today. Nanalie and the other two are on the second floor. I think they're trying to get on your good side, but aren't sure how to go about it. They are all good kids. If it's not too much trouble, could you get to know them a little?
Sure. I would love to know more about everyone.
With pleasure. Okay. Oh. Mint. New bond. New bond. It hangouts. In the current version. Ah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I need to unlock the character to get the bond. Where do I get this stuff room. And how can I get the stuff without bundle of 4? Ooh. Ooh. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Sugar rider. Mm-hmm. Life skills low, okay. Mm. Uh-huh. Ooh. That's cute. It's fucking cute.
Hey, did you need me? Who calls upon the name of
It doesn't have anything yet. Okay, so sure. Okay, you 3.
Is there anything I can help with?
For now, not really. When the shop has no business or commissions, it's quite peaceful.
Don't sugarcoat it, dummy! Used to the boredom. People in the antique business is super slow. Most of the work we get are anomaly commissions. Since we're free, why don't you listen to my grand plan for our gang? Spare me! My ears are already sore. We've got a customer? Let's check it out. uh okay, sure. That's I'm not too good enthusiast though.
Mm-hmm. You have a good smell and you... Is your time at least paid? Mm-hmm. Нет. Butler. Mm-hmm. Got it with a dot and got it without a dot. Hmm.
We noticed that something was off when we opened the shop this morning. We immediately reported it to the BAC, and after taking a look, they said they would be sending the CSU here. We just got the message that they're booked until next week. They want us to stay closed until the situation is addressed. That's just terrible. We have lots of appointments this week. We'll be in big trouble if we can't open.
So you want us to deal with the anomaly at the photo studio and reopen it as soon as possible?
Yes. The earlier the better.
Certainly. Please review the contract carefully. If you have no additional questions, kindly sign the contract and submit the deposit. We will request the final payment upon completion of the task.
It's a bit late already, but I'm hoping it'll get solved today. I was wondering if...
We will prioritize urgent tasks, but that will be a special request and will require additional fees. If we are unable to resolve the issue within the agreed time frame, a full refund will be provided.
Money is not an issue. I just need it done as soon as possible. Do I sign here?
Yes.
Mm. Mm. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for choosing ABO. Please allow us some time to prepare, and my colleague will be with you in a minute.
Thank you. I'll leave it in your hands.
I will see you off. This way, please.
A rare occurrence, getting a customer out of usual meal times. Wasn't that the owner of Film Orbit Studio? He always looks anxious, and he seems even more worried today. What are we waiting for? Let's help him out!
Let Mr. Adler explain the situation first.
According to the owner, items in the photo studio started disappearing mysteriously since opening this morning. After an investigation by the BAC JTF field team, it was discovered that the disappearance of items is periodic and limited to the photo studio, with no signs of spreading. Thus, it was judged to be a low-risk anomaly, and the Bureau planned to suspend the studio's operations and schedule a containment unit.
No wonder Mint left so quickly yesterday. She wasn't running from Hotori. She was genuinely busy. Nanali, what are you spraying? I told you to call me Ichidaime! This is my secret weapon. Modern Moments. Time to shine. One spray to victory, Fluffy Tail Hairspray.
Why does this thing get so much screen time?
Stealing from the shop, reaping undeserved fruits. Such evil anomaly cannot be forgiven. Ta-da! The righteous Kolochi's trio is here, ready to strike and nullify the evil.
Okay, so my thoughts are hidden. That's unfortunate.
Nullify the evil.
The kids are full of energy. Which photo studio commission did we take?
Yes, the limited time commission from Film Orbit Studio down the street.
I see. Let's all go together.
It's just a low-threat anomaly. Does it really warrant a personal visit from Hotori?
That studio is so hard to book. After we settle the commission, we can use their facilities for a new family photo. We have a new member after all.
Ooh, boss is always thinking ahead. So stingy.
Understood. Let's prepare and head out together.
Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
Ah, I see. Here. Okay. That doesn't really matter. Okay, that's cute. This cartridge do. Cosmos damage plus 10%. Cosmos damage. And what about your damage type? Attack HP. And it will increase, so we already know what. I see. Cosmos damage plus 10%. What about, tell me about yourself. Psyche.
Hey, what should we do today?
Uh-huh. So that's... Not the best one. Let's see if I can just go. Uh-huh. So this one is also yep. Two. Having to put two pieces so fucking good. Ah, solid, liquid, synthesis, solid. Yes.
This weather. Still as muggy as ever. No creativity.
This minor issue really doesn't need you to come personally.
Oh, come on. Money should be spent wisely. I just paid next year's rent, and my pockets are empty. Farewell, Landrix Cavi Cream and Red Bottle Essence.
Skincare products. With your Esper abilities, you don't need those.
It's all about treating yourself.
Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Members get a discount. Can you two hide me? You went to that shady agency again? I didn't! Blur. Shh! Alright. I just had a little spar with Orihalkos' so-called iron-on foreman. How was I supposed to know their scrap metal was so brittle? I swear, on the honor of the Colucci's, I just lightly touched it. They deducted my wage, and I still owe 5,000 bonds. Gotta lay low. Can't let old man and boss hear this. Blocker, you dummy!
Okay.
I knew you'd keep your voice down.
The owner of A-Bone came too? Is it serious?
My friends in BAC told me your shop isn't doing too well.
My studio. It won't close down, will it?
If you had called us, who knows? Tell us more about the anomaly.
Sure. You must help me. This morning, I noticed something off with the layout, but couldn't pinpoint it. Then, right in front of me, a table turned into a photo. I've never seen anything like it. And then...
And then?
I ran out. That's all I know about the situation inside.
This can be a big or small issue.
I can double the payment. Please handle it properly. I'm counting on you all.
No, don't worry. We wouldn't let the best photo studio in Bridge Crossings close down. No need for extra payment. We're all neighbors, after all. How could we think about money?
Is your conscience clear?
Let me think. I'll tell you what. How about you give us a group photo when it's all done? We can display it in our shop. Free advertising for you.
You're so kind. No problem. I'll take the best photo for you. The studio is counting on you.
Вот так. И...
Let's start here. The reception.
$39,999 fonts? Running a photo studio is daylight robbery!
These rip-offs.
Oh.
Such exquisite samples, capturing light and expressions with great care. This looks like the employee's workspace.
Ugh, what a mess. It's making me dizzy. Thank goodness Boss Lady never makes us write commission reports. That's because she's too lazy to read them.
Including info on the notes from earlier. Things have been going missing from the photo studio for a while now. Things turning into photos. It's probably just reaching the breaking point.
What happened? Tagido! Hey, stop making things scary!
Flashing screen.
No anomaly presence detected around here. Don't worry.
Tagido? If you keep startling us, I'll throw you into this pile of TVs.
These models don't look too different. Could use them as set pieces. Get double the work done.
Taki taki.
What? No breaking things or you'll be left here as collateral.
Tagido, tagido. Tagi. It looks even funnier now.
Is that Tagido's ability?
Yes. Tagido can deconstruct objects he touches and then reconstruct them. Although it's limited to what he can perceive, for an excellent restorer, this is still an invaluable aid.
Tagi tagi.
Yes, it's very impressive.
All right, let's continue our investigation. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day.
So many photos. I can't tell what they originally were anymore. Can't be my glasses, right? This is a photo studio. The anomaly is turning items into photos. So the culprit must be the camera. Makes sense. Makes sense. Takito.
So that's how things turn into photos.
That bookshelf seems to be targeted by a viewfinder. As Sakiri guessed, the anomaly nexus might be related to cameras. Let's use that as a clue.
You may now admire me for 10 seconds. Sagi!
Luckily, no one's hurt.
Did not see that coming.
A good thing it can't turn us into paper people. Be cautious. Don't let it catch you off guard.
Yeah, this... The way this game...
Nothing unusual here.
Let's check upstairs.
tells its story, it's... really not that well. The reflection's so weird here. Is it some... Ah. What's up with the reflections? Nope.
Feeling of being watched again.
The phone rings in the dead of night, but no visitor in sight. Natalie, not now.
Oddity spotted.
Don't damage the shop, especially Natalie and Sakiri.
Okay, I'll restrain my immense power. The contract says we don't have to pay for damages.
Reputation. Reputation.
Got it, got it. What a hassle. Since it's the camera causing trouble, let's split up and check. I'll go this way.
looks like it was smashed to the ground. It's broken.
Hmm. So no, the anomaly is really jealous of other cameras.
Out of the way, chumps!
Huh? It's gone.
Roller.
Here's a photo that's not overexposed. Seems quite old.
Film orbit grand opening. It's the owner.
Didn't look so fretful back then.
This one is broken too. The Nexus isn't here.
It's a pity that the camera broke.
I see. So the first camera is the one that is jealous, probably. I mean, I could have. My guesses could have been much better if I actually read what was those reports. Okay. Intact.
Here it comes.
Not anymore.
Troublesome. All these broken cameras. Can't tell what's wrong.
According to records, there might be a batch of new digital cameras in the equipment room. We might find more clues there.
Oh, so someone really does read those records.
Okay. That's nice.
Won't open. Haven't let Kiramaru out for a walk today. Should we just...
That viewfinder-like thing has been following us. We can lure it over and use it to erase the door.
You're scared? Pull your own tail. Tagi Tagi. Gido Gido.
Looks like the new digital cameras are all here. Anything strange?
Watch out.
Uh-oh. Caught red-handed. Looks like another space created by an anomaly. I gotta find a way to get out. Everything in here is the opposite of what they are in the world out there.
Yep. Huh?
Horror is not effective when I know that I can fight back. Hello. Oh, okay. If you say so. Why the fuck am I outside? Sure. Let's talk.
Are you okay?
Yes, there's nothing dangerous inside. Looks like being captured by the viewfinder risks entering another space.
The cameras on the shelf just now. They're gone.
Strange. We haven't left.
Let's check the third floor.
Hmm. So much stuff. Feels like I really should just follow this stuff. Look at this sword.
Wow, this sword suits my taste. Boss lady, maybe we can.
No, you can't.
Don't be so cold.
Just was processing. Okay. Come on, why did you do it? It's such a cute scene and you fucking destroyed it.
I got this. Don't doubt me.
Leave it to me, Mint.
I'm here, Coco.
Leave it to me, Mint. dark room.
The photos here are very clear, with no signs of overexposure. Shupa, notify everyone to come here.
Huh. This photo is very clear. This room is dark, and the anomaly photos are clearer here than anywhere else. The culprit must be in this room. Sense? Makes sense?
That being said, combining what we've seen so far, I have an idea of what it could be.
Huh. Detective Adler, please enlighten us.
The floating photos we saw before were all somewhat overexposed and blurry. But the photos from this dark room are normal. This characteristic is reminiscent of film. The anomaly might be related to film.
Film?
Remember the grand opening photo of Film Orbit we saw on the second floor? It was taken with a film camera. Nowadays, few people use film cameras. Film is typically developed in a dark room to prevent exposure to light, which would ruin the photos.
That explains the difference between the photos here and elsewhere.
Quite the nostalgic anomaly. Alright, let's look for anything related to film.
I found a key to the basement earlier, but haven't investigated it yet.
The dark basement. It's likely where Adler said they developed films.
Yes, that makes sense.
Looks like we're getting closer to the truth. Tagido! Tagido, step on me again and you're dead. Tagido. There! Doesn't that look like an exit?
A negative space. Adler was right. The anomaly we're looking for is definitely related to film.
When I was captured, I also entered a space like this.
Tori. Some things in the dark can't stay hidden any longer.
That when I press dodge and space at the same time, it dodges, then jumps. Ah, there's an invisible wall. Ooh, ooh, yeah, the second jump really helps. It felt like it went from the back. Also, does it sound like it's coming from the front?
This space is chaotic. These must be images captured by the viewfinder.
Compared to my first entry, The anomaly's power seems to have increased.
Be extra careful.
It's a good space. No, let's careful. Hmm.
Sneaky viewfinder keeps following us. So annoying. Again?
It's stronger now.
This is getting old.
Underestimations. Well, at least they're in the negative. It really helps me not fearing.
Save the day.
The cosmic and sphere factor
Let's head to the basement.
is related to their skin color, I guess.
More dust than A-Bone's storage room.
Looks like it hasn't been used in a long time.
After Phil became obsolete, this place started to be forgotten.
Tagido, remember that manga we read? Underneath here, there might be heads and feet growing. Huh? Yeah, itchy whatever.
I will see through the nexus. Not too difficult.
Hero to the cheat that! The city's mine!
I actually don't like her that much. Mostly because she's way too close range. I don't like to be as close and personal.
May you find eternal peace.
Why don't you open your eyes sometimes?
Stop screaming like a child. Got them all away. Watch out, fools!
Okay, yeah, the fact that they're all close range is really annoying to me.
formless.
Thunderbolt, it's our turn! You can challenge me?
Trust me. Let's finish this.
There's lots of style, but I don't feel like I can just dodge out of.
I will see through the nexus.
Good thing I'm not late.
Everything with form is unreal.
Trust me. Let's finish this.
Tag, watch your step! Let them witness, everyone! Follow my command! Watch me shine! Child slay!
Time to wrap up. Let's get paid and take our photo.
Edgar, Sakiri. You can take turns kissing my left hand for the photo. No way!
By the way, I have installed the game on NTE. So, what do you think about all of that?
Thank you so much. You're always welcome at Film Orbit for free photos.
Thanks, boss. If you come to A-Bone, we'll give you a friendly discount. Half off.
We're always on a half-off sale.
Quiet.
Okay. Next time. Since Hotori requested film photography, your photos won't be ready today. I'll have them delivered to A-Bone tomorrow.
Thanks a lot. We'll be on our way then.
Take care.
What an honest guy. Fooled by Hattori just like that.
I'm not fooling. Spend wisely, save wisely. Got it? I'm helping Adler out. Mischief makers don't care about the shop's finances. The fish tank from the last commission. The roadblock before that. count how much we've lost in recent months. Look how worried Adler is. He's aged a lot recently.
By the way, lady, why did you suddenly want film photography?
A little nostalgia isn't bad. Plus, we run an antique shop. Baybone just vibes with older things, you know?
What mod? Okay, let's not really fucking sure.
Alright, that's a wrap. Rest up, everyone. I have a feeling A-Bone is going to get busy.
I feel like I've heard that many times before. Tagido!
You don't get it. Things are different now. We've got a treasure here, and business will follow. The wheel of fortune has turned, and it's about time fortune favored us. Cha-ching!
She hasn't even had a drink. Who's going to wake her?
Lady has a point. With the appraiser's help, A-Bone will surely see new opportunities.
That's a lot for me as a newcomer. No pressure, right?
New opportunities! New opportunities!
One of these books is an anomaly. You can tell by touching the book spy. These antiques have traveled far and wide, though they've yet to meet the right collector. Their bond with A-Bones should still be cherished. We need to store these anomaly antiques more carefully in the future to prevent customers and children from accidentally getting hurt.
Thing. Here. Oh, so that's what this. Yeah. Online. We can go to first person view just like that. Mm-hmm. Okay,
Another new day.
yo, she has so many. Okay, well. 26. Okay. Phone. Spend phones once. What is phone? Okay, so little coins. But what am I even interested in getting? Okay, let's see. Fonts. Not sure what buttons I need to press yet, but no, that's not little coins. That's fonts. Oh, let's earn fonts maybe. Or get fonts. Fonts is not just anything, it seems.
Another new day.
It's something that I did. I see. Oh, that's called character pixels. Okay, well then. Mm-hmm. Let's go to here. Hmm. But a bit faster.
Let's finish this.
Great. I'm trying to get the music that doesn't annoy me. What am I doing here? Wait, what? So weird.
Leave it to me, Mint. Here it is! Leave it to me, Mint. Leave... I heard your call. That's some variation. Five-star review.
Day 14. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, feature locked. And release. Let's go to trials. Damage characters centered around follow-up attacks. Basic attack. Use basic attack heavy hitter. Okay, so just holding basic attack and
Underboss, it's our turn. Take that! The city's mine!
I don't get it, to be honest.
Everyone, follow my command!
And that's the end of the skill. Okay, so yeah, I got a bit of those things. What's that? XP. Yeah, that's that thing.
Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out? Me! Me! I'm ready to go! Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
Hmm. Mhm. 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 I don't like the way. Is your hair just lit? Nah, that's not hair. I thought it was hair. What a really weird clothes. I'm not gonna check with any of them right now. Chance. Where's the F3? Yes. Okay, $36. After 50 rolls. Who do I want even?
Hold on.
Back's at work.
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
I would want Hatter just because of the design, but I have no fucking clue how she works. Martial arts. Yeah, I know how she works. I know how you work. Twin blades. Is there a... Theater dudes.
Hold on.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
Yes. No. Oh, here we go. That's guns. So that's who we want then. Though her design is kind of whack. Let's go for 10. Unit 5, 10 roll. 20% off. Neat. And does this apply to here or there also? No, there is no such discount.
Are you okay? Since this is our first meeting, why don't we take a photo together?
She's neat, I guess. Space. Happy. Ooh. What's that?
Hello, I'm Edgar, here to apply for the Anomaly Hunter position.
Neat.
Would
Wait.
you like to join us for a jam?
Why the fuck is this so fucking loud? Mm-hmm. Okay, let's go for more, I guess. Hmm. Windows 1 dice, man. Nice.
Are you okay? Looking for me? Mint's here!
Okay, so what I want right now is go for one. Please give me one. Yes, I appreciate it. Two, 6. Two, please. Yes, that's nice. One. Yes. Nope.
Blessing or curse? See for yourself.
Moid. Fucking moid.
Looking for me? Mitt's here!
Well, I mean, let's go for more stuff. Not sure what this does. 3, 2, 3. Sure what that does. What does to the up? 1 for 4. Two. Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so I can select a character after 50 votes. How about I...
Clarity. Obsession. Disillusion.
Can I try any of them out? Name after meeting role requirements. So I get fit. Cool. Her exchange. $720 monthly stock. Let's divide 720 by 24 and we get 30 pulls. Huh. 30 limited time pulls. What do keys do? Microsearch program, changing formats. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. 28. Так, chance up. Did I get anything to equip?
Wanna hang out?
Let's change to this one. Reduction of cooldown as always. Welcome. HP. I think she skills with attack, right? Animal. And she is animal. Yeah, about that. No, scaling the defense. What about you? Nothing. Max HP. Heroical some common skills with HP. Something like that. And there's no skills with HP. Good. It's your deal. Alteration. Okay. There's some buff. Mm-hmm. Oh god. Yeah, I know. Can I trade them out anywhere? Before committing?
entrance. Rise. Get ready. Time for a stunning entrance.
Greetings to you.
Is there anywhere you want to go? I'll give you a hand.
Okay, so they though, oh god. So that's how it works. Nova.
Hey, did you need me?
Mm. I see.
We'll take care of this.
The fuck.
The ocean
You're fucked up.
I heard your calling. Time for the next set.
Can you even climb? It's like you can't.
Just like a bird. Gotta land safe. Ready to save the day. Yeah. Yep.
Really weird right now. Okay, I spent Oh, my energy. I did all the dailies. I pet the dog. Yeah. Sure, you shouldn't be on orange. Does look like that's the appropriate color. Those they want to change. So both of those things. Really. All right.
No worries. My packing skills are top notch. Whoa! Phew, it's fine. Nothing's wrong.
You can just collect arts. That's nice.
Who calls upon the name of heck?
Oh, yeah, defense. That's the thing. So that's the new thing. Yes. Let's see.
Who calls upon the name of Haniel? Wanna hang out?
That's not the thing. Okay, more of those. Alright, time to consume combat about the game. Oh, I mean, content. Because as it currently stands, I'm not sure if can't. Why can I even get inside of this luxury apartment? Yet can't climb its walls. Okay, that's fucking funny. I remember Mia standing on a fucking box. It was fucking cute. But nobody fucking addressed it, so... gonna answer you later. After maybe some more research. Looks attack on level.
Every time I race over that bridge, it's pure freedom.
right?
Hey there.
Especially when you catch a glimpse of the sea.
Think we could land a sponsor this time?
Ah. Feel like it has potential.
Get ready! Time for a stunning entrance! Rise!
We need for train to arrive. I'm up there.
Dear passengers, the train is now arriving. Please
Ah,
wait
here
behind
it
the
is.
safety line. Do not rush. Pay attention to the safety of children and the elderly.
Mm-hmm.
The doors are closing. Please stand back. The next stop is Hankaku Street Station.
I have no clue where I'm. Did they collect it?
entertainment. Time for the next set. Time to switch up the beat.
Not bunny. And what are you then?
Waka Waka on Anomaly Volume 2 is officially on sale. Welcome to DSD, home to the latest and coolest pop toys in Hetero. If you need any recommendations, please let me know. Happy shopping!
Uh-huh.
Let's grab a bite first.
It seems so I can't pet it. Okay, I don't want to be rude. Oh yeah, well, whatever. No.
The dark green is just solar. And everything else, wind, nuclear, geothermal, all that kind of stuff, is in the lighter green. And last year, those two things combined, solar and everything else, were more than enough to make up for the 2.8% increase in electricity demand last year, which was an entirely average increase in electricity demand based on the past decade or so. And that forced fossil generation into reverse, and power sector emissions decreased last year. Now, I'll be honest, this is the second time that I've tried to record this video, because the first time I got distracted and excited and it wasn't particularly engaging. So I'm going to try and keep things simple and just go for the report and talk through things as they catch my eye. Starting with the second page, so if we go on to 2025 in review, and if we scroll down to this first graph, you can see how different clean sources matched up. So last year, demand increased by 849 terawatt hours, and solar alone accounted for 75% of that demand increase, 636 terawatt hours. And then you can see nuclear, a much smaller increase in generation, 35 terawatt hours. Everything else, like geothermal, 11 terawatt hours. And wind, 205. Solar and wind combined accounted for 98% of the increase in demand last year. And it's at this point that I'm just going to insert coverage of the other report that came out last week, which I think has been slightly overshadowed by the Ember report because it's much more specialized. And it comes from the Global Wind Energy Council. Let me bring it up. So this is definitely more for people who are in the industry. If you sort of scroll through the report, you'll see that it's much more technical. But if you're interested in wind and clean energy, I'd recommend you at least read the executive summary. But if I scroll to the graphs, so last year was a record-breaking year for the wind industry. Specifically, they added 165 gigawatts of capacity. And that represents a 40% increase from 2024 to 2025. This, bananas. Actually bananas growth, which brings the world to a total just under 1.3 terawatts of wind capacity. And this is one of my favorite stats from this report. It took the world 40 years to build the first terawatt of wind capacity. So the ability to generate a terawatt theoretically at any given time. 40 years. The second terawatt, it is predicted, is going to take 6 years. And that's going to happen by 2029, we think, because we hit 1 terawatt in 2023. And if the International Energy Agency are to be believed, and if anything, their estimates tend to be too conservative, they reckon we're going to hit 8 terawatts of capacity by 2050. And for reference, that's almost the same as the world's total electricity generation capacity right now, like across all sources. So yeah, wind's kind of having a moment right now. Like the headline stuff, remember, is definitely solar because it's, well, we'll look at some graphs in a minute, but don't count out wind. Wind is also doing incredibly well right now. And you can actually see in this bottom right pie chart where it's doing well. You can see that China represents almost 3/4 of all installations of new wind turbines last year. Just like to remind you that when Trump addressed the United Nations, he said this.
And most of them are built in China, and I give China a lot of credit. They build them, but they very few wind farms, so they barely use them. You know what they use? Coal, they use gas, almost anything, but they don't like wind.
Which is wrong. And actually, they reference the United States here. They're basically, because Trump personally hates wind turbines because he thinks they ruined the view from one of his golf courses in Scotland. I wish I was joking. That is actually why. And they highlight that the US installed 7 gigawatts of new capacity last year, and installations grew 71% year on year. Now, that's almost certainly not going to continue into next year because the Trump administration is really pushing back on wind, but you just know that he hates that. Anyway, I'm going to go back to the Ember report now. If you're interested in wind, go check this out. I'll leave a link to both of these reports down in the description. So carrying on from this graph, what do we come up against next? Ah, yeah, this one. So one of these graphs is not like the others. This is showing the year-on-year change in electricity generation. Again, not capacity, generation by source. And you can see that solar is just exponential. Wind is seeing really steady growth. It is, year-on-year increases in growth, whereas hydro and nuclear in particular are just bouncing around, averaging at about 0. But there's a cool factoid here, which I'd just like to draw your attention to, which is the numbers. So the numbers represent the rankings for the biggest changes in an energy source year on year. And you can see that number 1 was coal in 2021. That, of course, was the post-COVID rebound. Because in 2020, which was the peak of the pandemic, the world's economy basically shut down. And in particular, the Asian economy is underpinned by coal. And so when it shut down, coal use just plummeted. You can see that in 2020. So when the world turned back on, and the Asian economy in particular powered back on, you saw the single largest increase in an energy source ever of coal, 719 terawatt hours. But do you know what was number 2? Just behind? Solar last year. So in other words, the increase in generation from solar last year, this year-on-year change, was almost as large as the post-COVID recovery for coal, which again underpinned the global economy. And this happened in a year with no rebounds, no statistically significant events to speak of. That's just how transformational solar is. And nothing is going to be exponential forever, right? But looking at this graph, you can see where it's heading, right? And actually, speaking of exponential growth, you can see here, one of the things that you hear as a climate communicator sometimes is, why are we bothering with renewables, like wind and solar? Why don't we just build nuclear and get on with it? Well, under this graph, they highlight 10 years ago in 2015, solar power generated 256 terawatt hours globally, and nuclear power was 10 times larger than solar. So here, 2015. So in 10 years, solar and wind have reached about parity with nuclear, which has, in terms of its generation per year, remained about the same. And they highlight that this year, both are expected to overtake nuclear generation. The fact is, you can build this stuff cheaper and faster. Yes, there are definitely problems when it comes to intermittency, but the advantages are just huge. That's why we're wasting time with them. Although I say we, because if you look at this next graph, you can see where the change in terms of fossil generation happened, where it was displaced by renewables. So again, here, this is highlighting that we've seen these decreases in these statistically significant events like the global recession and the pandemic. But last year, you can see a notable decline in fossil fuel generation, despite there being nothing major going on. And you can see that underneath here, this happened in China, and it happened in India. And in fact, the decreases in those two countries was enough to offset slight increases in fossil generation in the United States, the EU, and all other economies. And the reason for this is because China dominates the rollout of clean sources. So on this graph, you can see this is changes in capacity, so not generation, but capacity, and then everyone else. And it's just hilarious how dominant they are. Especially, look at this in wind. We saw that in the GWEC report. China's solar capacity deployment last year, 378 gigawatt hours, exceeded the United States' total solar capacity, and by quite some margin. And because of this huge rollout of clean power, China's fossil generation has actually been flatlined for 2 years now. Carbon Brief already reported on this. So this period here, this is the past year, that represents a slight decrease from its peak. I just want to highlight at this point, and we will come back to this point later, it is not enough for this to plateau. We absolutely need this to come down, and come down fast. And scrolling down again, you can see that other economy that I mentioned, India, it's kind of funny almost, this graph. The annual change in electricity generation from clean sources, look at, it's more than double their previous record, I think. And that's then followed by a section on coal, just briefly pausing, I guess, here. This is showing you how renewables now are a larger part of the electricity mix everywhere, apart from Asia. And as we just saw, obviously it's dominated by China and India. That's not going to be the case for very long. I also didn't realize that renewables overtook coal in Europe 13 years ago, 14 years ago. Kind of wild. Anyway, on to the next page, which has got some really cool stuff. So this graph shows you how the average annual change in electricity generation by source has shifted. So you can see that and these are in 5-year buckets. 2005 to 2009, on average, fossil generation, represented this huge fraction of demand growth being met. And this fraction of clean power has just been going up and up in 5-year buckets until last year it officially pushed fossil generation into reverse. However, it is worth stressing that just because this happened last year, it is not a guarantee that this is going to happen every year going forwards. I mean, in particular, this year we're expecting a large El Nino event, probably a super El Nino event, which means much higher temperatures in the Pacific region, which has global effects. It will result in an increase in demand for cooling, which is overwhelmingly supplied by electricity. So we can expect electricity demand this year to be higher than last year. No guarantee that fossil generation will be put into reverse. But what you can see in this graph is that when you look at these 5-year averages, there's a very clear trend. And the 2025 to 2029 average, well, I mean, it's anybody's guess, but it's probably going to look a bit like the 2025 one. Then they have a section here about how China has represented basically where fossil fuel emissions, or CO2 emissions rather, have increased. And, you know, since China's growth has now plateaued, it's basically corroborating what we've already learned from this report. And then they also highlight some previous work they did on India. I actually did a whole video about India not taking what they call the fossil fuel detour. Go and check that out if you haven't already watched it. Some very cool graphs in that as well. And the result of all of this is sort of put together in this graph, which shows that if electricity demand keeps increasing by 3.5% per year, which is about what the IEA estimates, I think that's it says under here, 3.6% between 2026 and 2030, that will have been revised upwards because of AI data centers, basically. And if clean power continues its annual growth of 7.6%, you mean you don't have to be a mathematician to work out that that's bigger than 3.5. So fossil generation would, in their words, plateau and then begin declining. And, you know, you can see that here. For my money, this is nowhere near steep, not as steep as I would like, but they're basically saying under here, by their estimates, and this is one of very few bits of this report that really do make these kind of predictions, that fossil generation would go 10% below 2025 levels by 2035. Though they do also highlight that Bloomberg's transition scenario, it's the ETS, sorry, it's the economic transition scenario, has the decrease twice as large, 20%. And it's also worth saying that this will not have accounted for everything that's happening right now. Is this the time? Yeah, this is probably the time to say this in the video. So right now, the world is obviously in the middle of an energy crisis that's been caused by Trump's war with Iran, because the Strait of Hormuz has been shut, oil and gas prices have skyrocketed, and in a lot of places, especially in Asia, we're seeing shortages of fuel. And what we've seen globally is, in response to this, countries saying, yep, okay, we really do need to build more clean sources. And that's not something that they're doing because they are looking at climate reports and deciding that it's the same thing to do. Wouldn't that... They're doing that because it just makes sense from an energy security perspective, right? If you have lots of wind and solar, you're not dependent on fossil fuel deliveries. With wind and solar, it's not like you can blockade the sun or blockade the wind. Whereas with oil and gas, if you miss one delivery, suddenly the whole system shuts down. So here in the UK, to give one example, the 8th annual auction for new renewables, AR8, has been brought forward to this year. Was going to be next year because the government just wants to basically phase out gas from our electricity mix. And what we'll likely see this year, an increase in coal generation because, especially in Asia, those countries that would have burned some gas or in some cases oil for electricity aren't able to get those fuels. They'll rely on the more readily available coal. So we'll probably see a slight increase in coal generation this year. But in the long term, I would predict that this slope is going to be steeper, because countries just now have an alternative to fossil fuel generation. In fact, Ember released a previous report, and I'll link this down below as well, highlighting the similarities between the 1970s and the 2020s. So in the 1970s, there were two oil shocks. There was the oil crisis at the start of the decade, and then there was the Iranian Revolution in, I think, 78. And that upended global electricity markets. Well, energy markets. In fact, it's one of the reasons why solar panels are as cheap as they are. The US government put money into basically getting the price down. The first bit of the logarithmic decrease in solar energy was because of the energy crisis. And this decade, we've already had two energy shocks. We had Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and we've had Trump's war on Iran. And this Ember article basically made the argument that, well, the last time this happened, it had profound, lasting implications for the global electricity mix. And in particular, it forced oil out of electricity generation for most people. And this time around, we can kind of expect a similar thing, right? Like we can expect similarly large changes to the energy mix. And in particular, now that we have cheap and easy to install and quick to install alternatives in wind and solar, you're probably going to see a structural shift that will sharpen that decline, which is, to be clear, definitely good news. And just to spell this out like very explicitly, right? This report is just looking at electricity, okay? And electricity and heat, which tend to be combined together, are the largest source of global emissions. Together, they're about a third of total emissions. And most of the climate solutions that we have to other polluting sectors, notably transport and heating, rely on electrification, respectively electric vehicles and heat pumps. And this graph is significant because it says you can increase electricity demand partly because of electrification of those other sectors, and decrease the emissions from the power sector because you're not relying on powering those things with fossil fuel electricity. In fact, just to give the specific example of EVs, we can go down here to look at this chart. So what this is showing is the annual electricity demand that's being used for electric vehicles. And you can see that there was a big jump from 2024 to 2025. But commensurately, there was this big decrease in the amount of fossil fuels being burned. They show you that in 2025, EVs meant that you weren't burning 1.8 million barrels of oil every day. And just looking at the difference going from 2024 to 2025, new EVs last year displaced 500,000 barrels of oil being burned every day. And they actually highlight, where is it? They highlight under here, additional transport electrification in 2025 will avoid roughly 80 million tons of CO2 emissions, more than the power sector emissions from the UK. So decarbonised electricity is important in itself, but it also allows for decarbonisation of other sectors. And in response to this energy crisis, what we're probably going to see is a massive shift towards clean electricity generation. I think I can be very confident that's going to happen. But also increased electrification of those other sectors, because it's not just power generation that depends on constant deliveries of fuel. So do petrol-powered vehicles. The overall emissions picture in the next decade or so, tied to this Iran war, is going to be that quite sharp move away from fossil generation. But I imagine that a certain type of person, probably a retired engineer called Steve, is watching all of this and thinking, yeah, this is all fine and good, you know, for like midday, right? Like this huge rise in solar generation is fine, but you don't just want electricity at midday. And yes, that's correct, which is why there's a very exciting couple of graphs. In fact, my favorite graph from the whole report is down here in the bit about batteries. So in their words, as of 2025, the rise of solar is first and foremost a daytime story. Fair enough. So this graph is kind of a weird one. What this is showing is that across the entire world, in May, on average, the peak solar generation represented 25% of all electricity demand. And in some countries, it was much higher. Greece, you've got 74% in June. Hungary, you had 91%. Hungary's a real solar leader, and I feel like nobody talks about that. In China, you had 30%, US 24%. But across the daily average, it's obviously less because you're not generating solar most of the well, half the time. But going down, this is changing because of batteries. So, you know, it's famously, the price of solar panels has dropped exponentially, right? They're now the cheapest form of energy ever. But battery prices continue to absolutely plummet. And you can see that, like, there's a tale of two graphs. As they get cheaper, the storage additions just go up and up. Like, that's another exponential graph. And so combining that with the other exponential, you've got exponential rise in solar, and then underneath that in the blue, you've got this exponential increase in battery storage. And what I think is really cool is that even as the amount of solar has been skyrocketing, the share of new solar generation that can be shifted to later in the day with batteries has also been increased. So 14% of all the solar generation added last year could actually be used later on in the day. Still only 14%, but that's significant because let me show you my favorite graph in this whole thing. So what you're seeing here on the bottom is the spot price in Australia of electricity. So this is the price to just buy a megawatt hour of electricity at a given time, which will fluctuate depending on the different sources that are available. And of course, also fluctuates depending on demand. So in the evening, you can see here at 6 p.m, big spike in electricity price because everybody wants it. They want to go home, they want to cook their dinner, put the kettle on. Is that a thing in Australia? Watch Netflix, whatever it is. Except this was last year, well, 2024, I should say, this huge spike. 2025, look at the insane price difference. So the peak here in 2024, Q4, so, you know, the Australian summer, $464 bucks. 138 is the highest that I'm seeing down here in 2025 over the same quarter. And during the day, you have basically free electricity. In fact, there are several times when you were paid to take electricity off the grid because there was so much solar. But above that, you have the proportion of the time when battery storage set the price. You can see that it's like the flip. It's the mirror image of the graph underneath. In Q4 2024, it would be 21%, 22% at the time at its absolute peak with batteries setting the price. Almost doubled in Q4 2025. There are so many batteries now available in Australia combined with solar that you are massively tamping down the price and reducing that fluctuation from the middle of the day to the evening. And this is 1 year of difference, like the difference a single year has made to the electricity price. And they basically say this at the bottom, right? Batteries are ready to unlock the next stage of solar growth. I've said this for a couple of years now. Solar has been like the big story so far, this exponential rise. I think that the next exponential rise you're going to see is battery uptake, the plummeting price, exponential increase, and that's going to unlock the next phase of decarbonisation. And it's going to be, I think, more profound a shift than what we've seen so far. Now, there's so many more graphs that we could look at in here. I just want to draw attention to one more set. So this last page basically does a lot of the same analysis, but looking at individual countries. So you can see that here within China, you've got this displacement of fossil fuel generation because of this astonishing rise in solar and wind and other clean sources. And these charts are very cool. So it's like a waterfall chart where you can see the increase in wind, increase in solar, increase in nuclear, big decrease in coal. But take a look at the United States. So, same waterfall chart here. You can see basically a similar kind of thing. Increase in wind, big increase in solar, slight change in hydro. Look at this. A big increase in coal and a almost commensurate decrease in gas.
I call it clean, beautiful coal.
Which has not been the case for the past couple of years. Coal is definitely in terminal decline in the United States. Last year was a kind of perfect storm because you had higher gas prices, but also you have somebody in the White House who's artificially keeping the coal sector alive. That is going to massively drop off. If it's not next year, it's going to be in the next couple of years. Because actually they say it here. In the 4 years since 2021, clean power met 88% of demand growth in the United States. And the share of fossil generation in the US has declined over the past decade from 67% to 57%, and coal power has fallen by nearly 2/3 since its 2007 peak. And here, gas to coal switching in 2005 caused power sector emissions to rise by 3.1% because coal is more polluting than gas. Also, a nice little barb here. The US power sector is undergoing a policy shift with support for low-cost renewable technologies being scaled back in favour of measures to sustain fossil fuel development. Nevertheless, wind and solar still met 74% of electricity demand growth in the US in 2025. And then the last one I just want to draw attention to is the EU. So, this is a very interesting graph. So wind generation actually decreased by 12.4 terawatts, so a 2.5% decrease following exceptionally low wind speeds at the start of the year, which, the nature of these renewables, they are intermittent. They will have different outputs. And so, that will come out in the wash. But past the extraordinary increase in solar generation, huge decrease in hydro. And that's partly because the previous year was actually a very, very good year for hydro in the EU. So again, with hydro, we saw that previously, it sort of comes out in the wash. And we see this big increase in gas generation. They say here, EU gas generation rose by 8%, though it remained 18% below its peak in 2019, an increase mainly driven by low hydro output due to reduced rainfall. So if it wasn't for that big drop in hydro generation and the increase in gas generation, EU electricity generation would have also shed fossil generation overall. So last year, globally, we saw this decrease, but within the EU, which is a significant market for electricity, obviously, you could have actually been even better. And look at that, European emissions from electricity generation over time. Oh yes, and there is the equivalent for India. Big decrease in coal. Look at that, that's beautiful. Russia, what are you doing, hun? Look at all share of wind and solar and electricity generation. Everyone else, Russia's like, no. No, thank you. Yeah, big drop in electricity demand because of unusually warm winter temperatures in early 2025. Wonder what could be causing that. Okay, so that's having gone through the report. I'm just going to do the standard disclaimers that I feel like I have to do right now. 1, have we fixed the problem? No, the world is still on a trajectory to a perilous amount of warming, and the drop in fossil fuel use for electricity generation is only part of the total picture. Overall emissions actually did decrease from 2024 to 2025, but a lot of that had to do with changes in land use. When it actually came to energy emissions, they still slightly increased last year. So, not good enough. 2, is the change that we saw this year enough to get us on the right path? No. The change in electricity generation emissions is it's there, it's negative, which is great, but it's not big enough to put us on a livable trajectory. 3, if we saw this rate of change in the electricity sector every year, so like the second derivative, would that be enough to keep us on a livable trajectory? No, probably not. We saw that in this graph. Based on Ember's predictions, which again, pre-Iran war, it's not enough to bring this fossil fuel part down this slowly. But If you asked me what we needed to do in the power sector to bring us onto a livable trajectory, it would look a lot like what we saw in this report. It would look like this structural shift in where the world gets its electricity and thus its energy from, that we can clearly see in those 5-year buckets. Over time, the world has been rolling out successively larger and larger amounts of clean energy such that we can start displacing fossil generation. 2025 is, I believe, and I hope, the thin end of a very thick wedge. What we need to do now is keep doing what we're already doing and just move further and faster. And we need to remove roadblocks to progress. Couldn't be thinking of anyone in particular, could I? In fact, if I show you their conclusions at the end of the report, with clean power expected to continue to exceed electricity demand growth, the stage is now set to deliver fossil-free growth both inside and outside the power sector. Again, decarbonising sectors like transport, like buildings, like heating. It's going to be doubly effective if you have clean sources of electricity. And further, the immediate task for policymakers is to eliminate bottlenecks in grid infrastructure and regulatory frameworks. Moving away from fossil fuels enables a necessary upgrade to a more secure, resilient, and stable global power system. The fact is, this energy system that we saw being built last year is just better. People aren't just doing this because it's the best thing for the future or for the environment, it's because it is more resilient, it's cheaper, it's more secure. It just makes sense. Now, watching this video, two things you may have thought were, how do I get in on this? And secondly, how much better would this be if the US was doing more? Well, if you live in the US, there is a community of investors who are using their money not in utility scale solar and battery projects, but in community scale clean energy projects in the United States. Now, I am not a finance person, and importantly, this is not financial advice. But this community, which is called Climatize, is doing something really interesting that I've personally not seen before. And yes, they did sponsor this part of the video, but I wouldn't be talking about them unless I thought they were good. Basically, Climatize features American companies seeking investment in new clean energy projects, with the entry fee being as low as $10. And unlike some other community energy investment vehicles, you don't end up owning a share of a project like a solar farm and getting a share of its generation. Instead, what you do is provide a share of the upfront capital needed to get a new project off the ground. And then when the project reaches its funding goal, you can start earning returns. But we are talking about investing. There's always a risk that the project doesn't succeed or you lose your initial investment. And by putting money into a project, you're basically issued a bond. So these investment vehicles typically give quarterly interest payments at a predetermined rate, which you can find on each project's offering page on Climatize's website. And then at the end of the project funding term, which you can also find on their website, you get your initial investment back. Obligatory returns are not guaranteed. All forms of investment carry risk, and that includes delayed interest payments or even the loss of your initial investment. But while Climatize is only turning 3 years old next month, at the time of recording, it has already raised $16.5 million for new clean energy projects and returned over $4 million to investors. And because of the relatively small scale of the projects they deal with, remember these are mostly community scale projects, they don't anticipate that the Trump administration is going to have a problem with what they are doing. They haven't so far, but nothing's guaranteed. If all that sounds good to you and you're based in the US, then use my code SCLARK, all caps, to get $50 of investment credits added to your initial investment once your profile has been set up. And I'll leave a link to do that down in the description. That code again was SCLARK, all caps, for $50 of additional investment credits. With thanks to Climatize for sponsoring this video and for pushing the transition along in America. Thank you for watching the video, and a special thank you to all of these people. These are my patrons. Every video I randomly shout out 3 patrons who support me over on patreon.com/SimonOxFizz, and the way I select them is by running a marble race. So Dominic's at the front at the moment, Scott, lots of people dropping out of the cause, just like fossil fuels dropping out of the global electricity mix. Good grief, some people really are far ahead. Who's that? Once Cesar? Oh no, goodbye. Oh, the pack are closing in now. Sergio Diaz is caught up with Andreas Memel. He's in the lead! These lovely people all get exclusive content from me every month, notably a behind-the-scenes vlog, get to watch my videos early, and at the producer tier and higher, get to choose topics for me to cover. With congratulations to Jacob Spielman, Dario, and Audrey Bailey. Thank you for watching the video. I hope that you enjoyed this nerdy deep dive into a bunch of graphs. I certainly enjoyed filming it. If you did enjoy it, please do the YouTube pleasantries, like, share, comment, all that kind of stuff. And I will be back soon with some projects that I've been working on for a while. I'm really desperate to show you. But in the meantime, thank you for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
Now you listen here. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. Now go away.
The Stellaris developers have been a little cheeky and they've shown us a lot more information about the upcoming Season 10, specifically the new Willpower DLC. We're going to see some screenshots of the ideology system. They have confirmed there is at least one new megastructure coming in that DLC pack, on top of the new megastructure which will be coming with the Nomads pack, the giant space laser. And we've got some screenshots of new origins that are coming. There's a host of new information I'm going to break down. With only one more piece of further ado, let's dive in. And that is that if you want to pick up Stellaris Season 10, you can do that using our link to the Paradox Interactive Store to get your Steam keys and also help to support this channel. Something like 12% of your purchase will go towards this channel if you use our link or use the code MON2PLAYS at the checkout. If you choose to use our code, thank you very much for your support. Anyway, let's now dive in properly and find out more about Season 10. Let's start with the 4 origins coming in Nomads. We've actually now got screenshots of the origin pages so we can see what the bonuses are, what the flavor text is. This is quite a wealth of detail. Though honestly, I think I have more questions now than I do answers after seeing more information. So Voidfarers is the first of the 4 new origins. We can see that our starting world is an Ark ship called Unity. I wish I could actually hover over the eye and see more information. Ark ships clearly have the front section from the trailer and then quite a cool ring at the back. What are the effects of Voidfarers? Well, we'll start with an additional logistic ship. What the hell is a logistic ship? We'll also get modifiers, 50% more docked ship hull repair speed and docked ship armor repair speed. That makes me think we'll be able to dock military ships inside of our Ark ships when we jump between systems, perhaps? That doesn't really make sense that much. Alternatively, it could just be if we are docked in the same way we can dock at a starbase, just our ships are stacked on top of an Ark ship. If that is the case, I'll be a little sad. I hope we actually can get our ships to, dock properly with the Ark ship, but we'll have to see what the devs have managed to achieve. We also get Ark ship action speed plus 20%. That leads me to think our Ark ships can either do actions somewhat like a behemoth, or possibly these are tied into the different types of Ark ships we get. So in terms of Ark ships, we get a military one, a scientific one, and an engineering one. That does pair quite nicely with the 3 types of ships you can build in the game: the construction ship, the science ship, and a military combat ship. Now, of course, colony ships are an odd exception that don't really fit with my theory here, but my thought would be that maybe these actions are similar to science ship actions or construction ship actions. Maybe one type of arc ship can build other structures. Though I would imagine, unless we're going to be starting the game with multiple arc ships, then probably each arc ship can do all of the actions, but some arc ships are maybe just better at them than others. We also get an increase to way station build speed of 20%, so way stations must be physical objects that are placed down in the galaxy. We've got a little look at way stations later. So this is the image they've given us of a way station, which will, I believe, connect way lines. I suspect this is going to function similar to a hyper relay network, except, as you can see from this short video, the way stations and the relay network that you're generating, the trade route, can go through unclaimed and claimed space. Let's not forget, we have arc ships if we're building way stations, meaning we have no borders and we colonize no worlds. The devs then go on to tell us that these way stations will collect the local resources. So if they've got a more Alveo, if they have Tiana Vec, if they have an arc furnace or a Dyson swarm, that in theory means more resources for you, which would make sense. The more lucrative trade routes are the ones on resource-laden paths. I'm really interested to know what this is going to mean for your open and closed borders as a planet-based empire. Can the way stations be built in your space without your consent? Do you have to give consent? Is there something like a commercial pact allowing you to then build way stations along a route within another empire space? I imagine you'll have to have relatively good relations to get in. Otherwise, this does seem kind of broken and overpowered that you can't prevent the arc ship flying through your space and you can't stop them. Heirs of the Khan is the second origin we're looking at. This again has an arc ship as your homeworld. You're not living on a planet. Not only that, you can never live on a planet, I believe. Heirs of the Khan has the warning that this disables settling. Now, Voidfarers did not come with this warning, and I think that means if we pick Voidfarers, at some point we could choose to settle down on a planet and give up on this nomadic kind of lifestyle. What are the effects of Heirs of the Khan? It is a nomadic origin, different apparently to Voidfarers. You'll be periodically chased by hostile marauder ships. You will unlock unique interactions with marauder empires. Basically, I think this means we'll be interacting with them something like an enclave. It'll be like we have a number of additional things we can do, like we would normally get with, let's say, the spiritualist, the psionic enclave. When we psionically ascend, we get a whole host of additional options. In this case, as an heir of the Khan origin empire, we'll have more options to do. On top of that, we can create satrapy vassals without needing the Khan's throne. I think there might be other bonuses and penalties that we can't yet see. Overall, I'm very excited for this one. I'm scared that because we can already create satrapy vassals, we won't need or won't be given the Khan's throne if we win whatever story quest chain Heirs of the Khan has. Having said that though, getting access to satrapy vassals as a nomadic empire seems kind of crazy. So maybe this allows us to defeat an endgame crisis by turning the entire galaxy into a satrapy of ours. Yes, technically we have no borders and we have claimed no worlds, but everyone must pay tribute to our great traveling arc ships or face the military consequences. This sounds like protection money, and I am absolutely here for it. The devs have also shown off the Stellar Cannon. That's what you're seeing right now. The Stellar Cannon allows you to fire a beam across the galaxy and hit another system. Exactly what we do once we get into that system with our beam that uses up our entire energy stockpile, we don't know yet. I suspect it's going to damage the fleets in that system and then possibly deal devastation to the planets. If it outright cracks planets from across the system, that is wildly powerful. So I suspect what it's going to do is just maybe kill some pops, you know, scorch a world a little bit and damage fleets in a system. Is there going to be a defense to this? Are we going to be able to build a special megastructure possibly, or some sort of star-based shield building or planetary shield building to protect ourselves from this weapon? Will a giant shield on the planet be enough? It's not enough currently to deal with the Colossus. Will it be enough to deal with a Starkiller base style weapon? No idea. Honestly, we've got no idea, but I'm very excited to find out what this bad boy can do. The third origin is Sacred Path. This again disables settling, and in this one it's all about following your route, your journey, your pilgrimage across the galaxy. The origin unlocks a unique Arkship district, the Consecrated Community, unique jobs, the High Pilgrim, the Devoted Adept, and the Faithful Acolyte. I imagine all of this is going to be Unity focused, and you'll probably have to be some degree of spiritualist, why wouldn't you? And then this will be helpful for rushing Unity Ascensions, I guess. Plus, I'm assuming it's going to have something of a narrative backstory to it, and lots of pop-up events as we go round on our pilgrimage and reach the correct destinations. Possibly the pilgrimage might be subverted if certain sites are despoiled maybe, or are attacked by interlopers, that sort of thing. And if you're enjoying this video, please follow the Sacred Path on a pilgrimage to that like button. And the fourth origin, the Forever Cruise, this one I'm actually most interested in. This disables settling as well. We're going to be forever cruising, traveling the stars in search of wonder and excitement, where the birth of nebulae can be observed from the comfort of a sun lounger. Dedicated crew work tirelessly to cater to any passenger whim. This is again a nomadic origin. It looks like to me the Ark ships are kind of the same. There's no special change here, except that it does seem to be a little thicker. The arms seem to be a little thicker compared to the previous ones. We'll start with a situation passenger satisfaction. We'll also start with a crew and a passenger species. The fact that we've got two separate species here does make me somewhat think that we can't have them as the same species, which is, I think, a shame. I'd like to be able to have the same species. And also, possibly we can't do Rogue Servitor. I'd like Rogue Servitor. I think that would allow us to play as either possibly the Culture or Wally. We could do the Wally thing. We'll also get the unique Arkship District, Service District, and the unique Job Activity Manager, because of course, who doesn't need an activity manager whilst you're on your forever holiday? There's also a little bit more information we don't quite get. Available Arkship District Specializations. What is it? I wish we could know more. But basically, we're getting specialized jobs, specialized unique districts, and two different species. For sure, there's a crew and a passenger species. It's a shame we can't have it as the same species, though. I'd like to be able to do that. Maybe there is some option to do that, or we could, I suppose, just create exactly the same species twice, though I wonder if the game will recognize that and not separate them as two other species, even if they've got the same look, the same name, the same traits, the same everything. All of the player crisis paths are being relabeled as ambitions, and we're getting Defender of the Galaxy added in as one of these. You will have to not be either inward perfectionist or fanatically xenophobic to take this, but otherwise anyone can pick Defender of the Galaxy. It comes with hero ships. We've been told that by the devs. Exactly what hero ships are, we don't know. The Behemoth, I believe, has been labeled a hero ship in the past, so maybe we'll get some special actions we can do with our hero ships. Maybe they will kind of be like paragons and have a special ability or two and kind of flit around our regular fleets, giving us bonuses to fight the endgame crisis or other player crisis factions. I'm really excited about the scope of what the devs can now do by labeling the player crisis path ambitions and adding in a new one, which is definitely the opposite of a player crisis. They can be a whole host of other ambitions we could be doing. In a moment when we get to willpower, the devs are actually talking about another ambition they're going to be adding with the willpower DLC, so we'll get to that in a moment.
Thank you for
diving into some of the features now. There are contracts. Here we have a diplomacy contract. Exactly what you have to do, I don't quite understand, other than help get this new colony up and running efficiently. This really does sound like a quest to me. We may now have quests in Stellaris. Resources are going to be given as a reward, alongside some trust and opinion of the Empire handing out the contract. We also know, as a settled planet-bound empire, you will be able to give out contracts. Exactly what form these contracts will have, other than this format, we really don't know much on at all. Having a diplomacy contract makes me think there are going to be contract types, like maybe a science contract, a military contract, maybe there's going to be a structure and engineering-based contract. Let's find out and see. Perhaps we'll be able to set the rewards for our contracts as well. So we're going to be able to buy off and boost the opinions of empires that are nomadic. I'm really excited by this system. If it's done right, I think this could be like quite in depth. If it's done wrong and it's
okay. Sure, if it's less than a minute.
too static, I think it's going to be a little boring, and it will be a case of, oh, we just have to click the optimum buttons every time. But I'm hopeful. I am very hopeful, everybody. We've also seen the contact page for the brand new Enclave. This Enclave will be all about combat. Your fleets will fight in Champions League matches to destroy other fleets and hopefully win a round. Also, you can win a trophy that will be yours until you lose a match. You can register for a show, introduce everyone. I don't know what that symbol is. That might be a nomadic symbol, a symbol if you've got arc ships. And you can find out more about the events they run. I'm really excited to see what the Relic does. This, I hope, is going to be so much more fun and better than the Galatron. Who needs a Galatron anyway? I definitely don't. Let's move on. We're now looking at Willpower. This is more information than we've seen so far about the Willpower DLC. Previously, they've kind of alluded to some stuff. Now we've got kind of concrete facts. What are these concrete facts? The devs have talked about, and I'm going to start with this, absolute ethics. I'm assuming that absolute ethics will have something to do with these ideologies. Here we can see a mock-up of galactic ideologies and empire ideologies. Ideologies feel like they are similar to factions, however, they are different to factions. Note how at the bottom, the faction screen still exists. It's still there. But these ideologies are based on ethics. We have a materialist directive, an egalitarian directive. I believe we can also see underneath that a militarist directive, so each are paired to a single ethic. And we can see what percentage of the galaxy follows this ideology. We can also adopt it or suppress it. This really does look like a religion system, though the religions here are the ethics of your nation, which I think makes a lot of sense for Stellaris being a sci-fi game. If it was too religion-focused, it would be the realm of just the spiritualist empires, and that would be kind of boring. Ideologies being all about ethics, and possibly whatever these absolute ethics are, I'm still really in shock. What is an absolute ethic? Should...
Alright. That's going to be it for the stream. Good luck, have fun. No, wait, no. Still need to do that. Yeah, I need to do that.
In theory, mean that we've got kind of this cultural, ethical system that's pushing at the frontiers, moving things around. Not only that, we're going to be erecting monuments, I'm hearing building buildings here, and megastructures that demonstrate our society and the values that we hold most dear. So I'm thinking that there will be at least one unique megastructure which is available to each of the ideologies. Failing that, maybe we're getting a unique megastructure for each different ideology. It's either going to be some sort of space temple, megastructure temple of ideology, or some unique megastructure per ideology. If it's one per, that's an amazing amount of content. If it's just a unique megastructure that every ideology has access to, kind of the same one unique extra one, I'm less excited, but it's still fun to get an additional megastructure. And apparently Gestalts are still going to have a place in this entire system. There is an ideology system in place that works for Gestalt empires and Gestalt consciousnesses, though exactly what that is, the devs are not telling us about yet. We've got 3 new origins coming with Willpower. Golden Generation. Here you're going to train up a cadre of the best and brightest minds in your empire. Exactly what that means. Following that, we have the Lost Makers, which seem to be about robots. I'm thinking this may have something to do with the forgotten robots you can find out currently in the galaxy. Maybe this is an entire origin fleshing out just that story. The devs note here that there is some really, really, really cool lore, connections to some existing content, which are going to be quite fantastic. Seeing the name here, Lost Makers, and thinking about which content already exists in Stellaris, I think this has got to be the Forgotten Robots, or whatever they're called. The robots you can find on a planet with nothing to do. 400 pops or so. It used to be 4, now it's 400.
Alright. That's going to be it for this stream. Good luck, fun, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.